Mic check 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Colleagues, good morning to all of you. Members, welcome back from the constituency period. We hope that we have successfully inducted with the communities to better understand the challenges they face so that the committee is equally enabled to do its own oversight, better understand. And the team of the Department of Justice introduce the team. Whoever is leading the delegation will introduce the team so that we better know who is part of the meeting and who's not. Colleagues, today, the 8th of October 2024, we are to receive a presentation by the Auditor-General on annual financial statements. But as we have seen in the agenda that the ministry is responsible for introducing and doing a political overview of the annual financial statements. The members who were supposed interact with communities, better understand what they face on a daily basis so that we better represent them. Remember that we are the true and the direct representatives of the people. Now we'll call upon the Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to do a political overview and introduce the report. We'll later get representatives of the Office of the Auditor-General. Then as members and as the committee will interact with them. Both the overview and the actual presentation of financial statements. TM, we now hand over to you. You can also understand that we have arrived, it's 3 months now. So you can also brief the committee on who you have brought from the department side, so that as we interact, to better understand who is doing what in the department, who's responsible for what. Thank you. You can proceed.
Chairperson, thank you very, very much. Honourable members of the committee, the Director-General of Justice, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, I think, who will also do any further introductions. He has with him a very, very good team, the heads of entities that fall within the portfolio of the department, support staff, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very good morning to all. I think as the chairperson has already alluded to, this meeting coincides with a meeting of the Judicial Service Commission, which has been scheduled from the 7th to the 16th of October in Gauteng. And as a member of the JSC, Minister Simelane can therefore unfortunately not attend today's meeting to present this political overview, and she's requested me to do so on her behalf, and it is indeed my pleasure to do so. I think the President, in the opening of Parliament address, gave very, very clear policy direction to the 7th administration and indicated that the Government of National Unity has committed itself over the next 5 years to work in a very consistent and focused manner. Is someone tuning into the JSC interviews? Has committed itself over the next 5 years to advance 3 strategic priorities. The first being to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical and developmental state. Now, I think, Chairperson, we've said so on previous occasions and we want to reiterate it, that both the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development as well as our justice system in totality has an absolutely indispensable contribution to make to the attainment of each one of those goals. And I think we really need to guard against the illness of the silo mentality, to say that inclusive growth and job creation is something that belongs to the economists and the economic cluster, when we know full well that a justice system that is not able to deal effectively with crime, corruption, fraud, extortion, a civil justice system that is not able to create a well-functioning, defined and predictable regulatory environment in which there's a speedy, effective, expeditious resolution of disputes is going to hold back that apex priority. So over the last 5 years, we've operated in a very, very difficult and challenging international and domestic conjuncture. Challenged by the COVID-19 pandemic, which in many ways still remains with us. Economic stagnation. We've had cyber security attacks. There are the challenges of climate change and extreme weather conditions. In the rise of crime, we've also seen new forms of crime emerging out of pre-existing patterns of organized crime and gangsterism, which have now mutated into extortion, kidnapping, construction mafia, and all of those things impact negatively on the attainment of those 3 priorities and the apex priority of inclusive growth and creating jobs in particular. Furthermore, at an international level, we've seen the very concerning rise of narrow nationalism and a right-wing drift in many, many countries, which has also impacted on a declining respect for multilateralism and the international rule of law. And I think that's probably best exemplified by the open terrorist and genocidal war being waged by an Israeli apartheid state on the people of Palestine, and doing so with complete disregard to the pronouncements of the highest court of our world, the International Court of Justice. And it's in that court that during 2023-24, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, together with the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, took the matter of the genocidal war being waged by Israel against the Palestinian people to the International Court of Justice in order to halt that genocide and to secure a ceasefire. South Africa's constitutional democracy, which seeks the fundamental transformation of our society into a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous nation in which the full potential of each of its citizens can be realized, is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. As we celebrate those 30 years of constitutional democracy, we have to do so also by reflecting on the persistence of poverty, unemployment, inequality, and also racism and racial discrimination, xenophobia, and other intolerances. And therefore, as we celebrate, we also need to recommit ourselves to the attainment of those noble ideals for which so many people fought and died for. To improve access to justice services, the department has renovated and upgraded a total of 74 court facilities through the minor capital works program. Furthermore, 66 courts have complied with a strategy on universal access for persons with disabilities. At that point, Chairperson, I just do want to pause to make the note that the fact that the department has launched this minor capital works program does not detract from the overall responsibility of the Department of Public Works for the construction and maintenance of our court facilities. So that intervention must be seen in that context. The Master's Office remains a critical focus area for addressing service delivery issues. Since December 2023, we've implemented an online deceased estates registration system for all Master's offices. The public can now access the system from the comfort of their own homes. However, we also acknowledge the urgent need to address certain challenges in order to improve service delivery. We've developed a turnaround plan to address these challenges, and the Director-General will elaborate on it when the department appears before the Portfolio Committee again. Through nationwide community outreach initiatives, the department has successfully engaged a number of programs to enhance service delivery, and that includes a total of 703 awareness sessions that were conducted to educate people about the services rendered by the department, and also to improve things like human rights education. The implementation of these measures has also led to a decrease in complaints, thereby enhancing satisfaction levels and fostering greater confidence amongst the people. However, I think we are all aware that there's a lot more work to be done on that front. To promote unity and encourage fairness within the legal profession across both the public and the private sectors, the department successfully paid 88% of the rand value of briefs to previously disadvantaged legal practitioners and 30% to female legal practitioners. The payment of legal practitioners within the prescribed period remains a concern in some of the provinces and continues to receive our focused attention. On that score, though, I think much as a lot of progress has been made in terms of contributing to the transformation of the profession through briefing patterns, there are also still a number of very, very concerning trends within the overall state attorney system, which point to a lack of transparency and certain questionable practices in the briefing of practitioners. The department is in the process of establishing the Legal Sector Charter Council after the Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition, our colleague Minister Parks Tau, gazetted the Legal Sector Code of Good Practice on the 20th of September 2024. I think that's a major step forward. The Legal Sector Code seeks to implement targeted interventions within the legal sector. The gazetting of this Legal Sector Code marks a momentous development in the efforts to transform the legal profession and to rid the sector of inadequate access to quality work, discrimination in procurement of specialized work, inequitable briefing patterns from state organs and state-owned entities, and unequal access to senior positions within the profession, particularly based on race and gender. Chairperson, the fight against fraud and corruption remains a top priority for government. The department and its partners are continuously enhancing the specialized commercial crimes courts in order to address economic crimes. A total of 4 specialized commercial crimes courts received trade instruments, including furniture and various types of equipment during the past financial year. Enhancing and transforming the justice system through digital solutions is critical for optimizing service delivery. This has been difficult because of capacity limitations, procurement delays, and budget cuts. The department's strategy for modernization and digitization directs the adoption of ICT to address the previously mentioned challenges. Transforming and enhancing certain functions within the department is crucial. These initiatives were integral to the second phase of upkeep management of deceased estates, the online services for protection orders. The department is intensifying efforts to roll out phase 3 of the online services for deceased estates with a focus on liquidation and distribution in the current or the forthcoming financial year. Chair, I think I just want to pause there and deposit a thought for the committee to consider at a later stage, and that is that within the overall context of the fourth industrial revolution and very, very profound changes in the nature of work, I think the committee, I would suggest that the committee would do well at some stage to maybe reflect and focus, including maybe bringing in the requisite expertise to look at the impact of developments such as artificial intelligence on the legal system and the legal profession. Some weeks ago, I read an article that the California bar exam, which has the reputation of being one of the toughest in the United States, was fed through ChatGPT. ChatGPT dusted off all of the human exam takers. Now, we need to ask ourselves then, what does that hold for the future of the legal profession? It has very, very clear and rich potential to enhance access to justice, but it can also lead to massive unemployment, and as we know that technology, if not correctly handled, can actually exacerbate the existing divisions and inequalities in our society. For the past medium-term strategic framework period, culminating in the current financial year, it was characterized by a very, very constrained living conditions for many, many South Africans. And that has been accompanied by intolerable levels of violence and crime and very, very harsh socioeconomic conditions. Escalating levels of corruption have been very, very problematic, and it's underscored the need for us to redouble our efforts on that front. Emerging from the shackles of state capture and the diminishing public confidence in the criminal justice system, the National Prosecuting Authority has dedicated considerable efforts towards rebuilding a credible prosecution institution that will serve the public without fear, favor, or prejudice. As such, the strategic period was underpinned by a number of priorities and initiatives, which included, amongst others, the rebuilding of the NPA, an NPA that is independent, professional, accountable, and credible. Significant progress has been made to build a strong institution, which is crucial for the underpinning of our democratic society and the rule of law. Over the past 5 years, the NPA has stabilized its senior leadership at the national office, filled all the DPP posts in regions. The NPA has recruited hundreds of entry-level prosecutors through the aspirant prosecutor program, as well as specialist prosecutors to boost its capacity. After a challenging period of financial constraints, which led to the NPA's inability to continue with the 2024 intake, the process for the 2025 intake is well underway, with applicants across the country having written the entry exams last Friday, the 4th of October. The NPA leadership has focused on building a resilient institution capable of withstanding the possibility of future attacks on its integrity, which requires putting safeguards in place to prevent the NPA from falling victim to capture in future. The enactment of the NPA Amendment Act, which established the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, IDAC, is a significant step towards strengthening the state's arsenal to deal with state capture-related matters. The Act provides for the IDAC to be established as a permanent entity within the NPA, and the IDAC investigators now have the requisite criminal investigatory powers as contemplated in the Criminal Procedure Act. This permanent unit with expanded powers is a real game changer for the NPA, as it provides for a much-needed prosecution-led model, which has proven to be one of the most effective criminal justice responses to complex crime and corruption. This dispensation harmonizes with international best practice to protect and insulate anti-corruption entities from political interference and the abuse of positions of authority by political actors. It also gives the IDAC the critical powers and resources it needs to succeed in the fight against corruption. Chairperson and honourable members, the department will continue to work with the NPA in supporting victims of gender-based violence and ensure that there's a significant countrywide footprint of Tutuzela care centres. We will also continue to support the NPA in its work to ensure successful prosecution of corruption and complex crimes. The NPA will give a detailed account on different conviction rates for corruption and other serious crimes in quarters 1 and 2. In 2021, Cabinet approved a national policy on the repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects. The NPA's Missing Persons Task Team is a key implementing partner together with other departments in the exile repatriation project, and it conducts data collection, grave mapping, exhumations, and confirmation of identity. This project most recently has been involved in the exhumation and the repatriation of the remains of nearly 50 exiles who were buried in Zambia and Zimbabwe. A homecoming ceremony for the exile repatriation project was hosted by the president for the families at Freedom Park on the 27th of September. It was, Chairperson, a very, very touching and emotional occasion, which we had the privilege to be part of. The Special Investigating Unit continues to do commendable work, and one of the key outcomes for the SIU is the protection of state assets and cash resources from maladministration, fraud and corruption. Through the Special Tribunal, the SIU has achieved these outcomes much quicker. For example, in the 2023-24 financial year, the SIU far exceeded its targets in this area, successfully enrolling 43 cases, civil cases at the tribunal, setting aside contracts worth 2.1 billion rand and referring matters for civil proceedings worth 4.8 billion. Chairperson, the President has recently signed 8 proclamations, 6 new and 2 amended proclamations authorizing the SIU to investigate allegations of corruption and maladministration in the affairs of Fort Hare University, the National and Provincial Departments of Transport, Limpopo Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, KZN Department of Health, Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality, Tlokwe, Mpumalanga Department of Health, and the Eastern Cape Department of Health as well. And Chairperson, I also just to say that judging from the sore state of the Minister and I's wrists from signing, there are many, many more on the way to the President's desk. Legal Aid South Africa plays a pivotal role in ensuring that poor and marginalized get tax-funded legal assistance. Of importance is to uphold the principle of legal aid, South Africa, that people who access the services of legal aid are people who need our assistance the most. The establishment of the Office of the Chief Justice in 2010 illustrates government's unwavering commitment and support to the independence of our judiciary and adherence to the principle of separation of powers as a constitutional imperative. The OCJ continue to support the judiciary through contributing to the realization of Chapter 14 of the National Development Plan and strengthening the judicial governance and the rule of law. The OCJ directed its attention to the following 3 strategic goals during the medium-term expenditure framework period. Firstly, ensuring the effective and efficient administration of the OCJ, improving administration and technical support to the judiciary, and thirdly, ensuring administrative support to the superior courts. Recently, last week in fact, the Chief Justice Mandisa Maya addressed the strategic planning session of the Office of the Chief Justice on the 2nd of October, and she also very kindly and graciously led that gathering in singing happy birthday to me and indicated that the attainment of a single judiciary inclusive of a full institutional independence and the adoption of a judiciary-led court administration model, financial autonomy and operational independence of the judiciary is of paramount importance. It's important that the journey towards a single judiciary and full institutional independence be finalized during this current 7th administration. This will no doubt be a mammoth task, but it is one that has to be taken forward with the attention that it deserves. So, and Minister Similani and I want to assure you of our commitment to the attainment of this objective. The processes undertaken in the rationalization of all courts, including their structure, composition, functioning, and jurisdiction, as provided for in Schedule 6 of our Constitution, is therefore of critical importance. The various reports for both the High Courts and the Magistrates' Courts are in various stages of consultation and finalization, and will no doubt assist and enrich discussions as we take it forward through the various structures, including Parliament. We are indeed indebted to persons who were appointed to serve on the committees and to investigate and make recommendations. Chairperson, I think just also to suggest that these two reports also enjoy the focused attention of the Portfolio Committee, because they are very, very crucial building blocks in the transformation of our judicial system. And in that regard, I think it would be very important also to look at those reports in their holistically and in their full complexity, and not just the tantalizing controversial issues such as Makanda. There's a lot more in those reports. Chairperson, the promotion of access to justice for all is critical in supporting the judiciary. We've already spoken about the technological advancements and how these can assist. The OCJ has continued with the implementation and the further use of the court online system in 2 sites, namely Gauteng and in Pretoria, as well as Johannesburg. As with any complex system of this nature, there were some technical glitches experienced during the pilot phase. However, these have been adequately addressed, and the system has now improved drastically, and it's ready for further rollout to other superior courts in the current financial year. Last month, the system was activated in both the Labour Courts and the Land Court. Chair, I also just at that point want to make the point that we touched upon earlier regarding the Department of Public Works, to also say that our justice system is very, very codependent, both within the system, but also it's dependent on the inputs from another number of other departments. And I think a crucial role player here is CETA, which many of us have experienced directly or indirectly. And really many of these efforts at modernizing our court system really are being held back by the inability of those responsible to provide reliable, effective communication infrastructure. Every meeting of heads of court and magistrates that I go to, this issue is one of the #1 issues that gets raised. And the knock-on effect of that is that it then leads to a whole number of other congestions and inefficiencies in the management of the court role. Can you imagine how much money we would save, how much more efficient our criminal justice system would be if remand detainees could appear virtually? Just one example. During the period under review, SAJE, the South African Judicial, the judicial education offered through the South African Judicial Education Institute, in particular serving and aspirant judicial officials, plays a vital role in promoting the effectiveness of the courts and enhancing judicial performance. and the delivery of quality justice and the transformation of the judiciary. During the period under review, SAJA continued to offer both in-person and virtual judicial training, coming back to the point that we've just made, wherein 122 judicial education courses were conducted and attended by 3,303 participants. Furthermore, the journal published by SAJA has been accredited by the Department of Education and Training, which is very, very commendable. And we would also want to encourage members of this committee who have an academic bent to write and to publish articles in that journal, which, as I've said, is now an accredited and peer-reviewed journal, which is really a very significant development. SAJA also implemented the Aspirant Women Judges program with a cohort of delegates from the attorney's profession, advocates profession, and magistracy. The program commenced in 2023 with in-person sessions of 1 week per month up to May of 2023. This was followed by a mentorship program at the various high courts. Of those who completed the program, 75% are acting as judges in the various high courts. In addition, SAJA conducted other courses for aspiring judicial officers and also offered support to foreign judicial institutions. Chairperson, we will be coming back at some stage, hopefully in the near future, to report to the Portfolio Committee on the approach and the proposals that we are raising with the chairperson of the Magistrates Commission to make that process much more transparent and to link it to programs such as these, so that as a developmental state we really act proactively in terms of identifying and preparing people for positions at all levels of the judiciary. In ensuring improved court efficiencies, contributing towards the NP and the medium-term strategic framework, 96%, or translated into actual figures, 37,517 of the 39,054 default judgments were finalized by registrars within 14 days from receipt of the application. 99%, or 33,441 of the 33,644 taxations of legal bills of cost finalized within 60 days of the date set down. The Land Court Act came into effect on the 5th of April 2024. Regulations in accordance with Section 37 of the Act were drafted, and if promulgated will result in additional financial implications for the Office of the Chief Justice. And I think this is a very, very positive development, because the Land Court is progressive in nature and requires the court and officials of the court to expand their roles to include extensive legal research and legal case management. During the 23-24 financial year, the OCJ was allocated a total budget of 2.578 billion rand. The budget reductions implemented since the advent of COVID-19 decreased the 23-24 financial year voted budget allocation by 144.4 million rand, i.e. about 10.2%. In this economically constrained environment, the OCJ has had to be innovative and develop new ways of operating to keep the superior courts operational. and we're pleased to report that the OCJ put productive use to 99.2% of its budget and achieved 86% of its annual targets. The budget cuts implemented left the department crippled, with some priorities not fully funded or funded at all. Court operation support services are labor intensive and require budget injections to ensure sufficient human resources to deliver adequate and efficient services to the people. Due to the manual system in courts, the full modernization of courts processes is crucial to alleviate the administrative burden on already constrained human resource staff. We just want to reiterate that the budget cuts continue to pose a very, very serious threat, Chairperson, to the continued efficient functioning of the administration of the superior courts. This is a matter that the Chief Justice has also raised with us very, very sharply during the strategic planning session of the OCJ. Whilst the OCJ will continue to reprioritize its budget, we really do need to do what we can to mobilize extra resources. So, Chairperson, with that, it's really our great honor to present the annual reports to you for your evaluation and to enhance your ability to exercise oversight over us, both in the executive and the department, but also to hold us accountable. And I think through that, really for us to work together to enhance access to justice for the people of our country. And with that, we thank you very, very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, TM Nel. DG, can you quickly introduce the team from DOJ?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning and good morning to the honorable members. Supported by the Deputy Director General, Tavis Otiti, who is responsible for strategy, policy and communications, and by the Acting Chief Financial Officer on my extreme end, that side, Ms. Nelly Siwepule. The CFO is writing an exam, therefore on leave. And substantively, then the colleagues behind us, the colleagues are helping us in the office with administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG. Office of the Auditor-General, you'll start from the tune of introduction, introduce your team that's here with us, then you proceed with the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Tenzolo Masia. I am the Deputy Business Unit Leader from the Office of the Auditor General. With me this morning, on my right, is the Senior Manager who's responsible for some of the key entities in the portfolio, the SIU, Public Protector, OCJ, and Legal Aid. His name is Kasi Kruger. And then on my left is Apendule Mantiani, who's also a Senior Manager who's responsible mainly for the main vote and some of the funds under the department. I will then kickstart the presentation by just going through the strategic focus of the office, and then I will then hand over through you, Honorable Chairperson, to Apendule, who will take us through the details of the presentation. It is our pleasure this morning to honor the invitation to come and share the audit outcomes of the department and its entities, which is really centered around the mission of the Auditor-General of South Africa, where we exist to strengthen the country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance through the audit work that we do. And we hope that as we share the insights, we'll empower the committee to be able to do its job and ensure that there is that accountability that we hope to see in the country. We also continue to inspire to be seen and recognized by all stakeholders as a relevant audit public office in the country that is able to respond to the lived realities of the citizens in the country. It is for that purpose, Honorable Chairperson, that our current strategics, if you move to the next slide, our current strategic focus is called, the strategy that is called Culture Shift 2030, which is inspired and hope to inspire all the departments that we audit and all the public entities that we audit and all the provincial departments as well as local government to not only aim to achieve the desired audit outcome, which is clean audits, but to be inspired by being more impactful and impacting the lived experiences of the citizens of the country positively. And we have also realized that this is a huge strategy that us as the Auditor-General, through the lens of audit, will not be able to achieve on our own. And so we came up with the accountability ecosystem, which is an appreciation that it will take a collaborative effort of all role players across the country, across all spheres of government, to work together to be able to get all these different mandates, strengthening the democracy of the country, but ultimately having a positive impact on the lived experiences of the citizen. So wherever we go to share our audit insights, we encourage that every single person, whether it's officials in the department who have been appointed because they have the skills and capabilities, that they do their job to empower the DG, that the internal audit as well do their job and make sure that their function is instrumental to reducing some of the issues that we identify when we come and do the audit, so that we can see all this ecosystem working together to move the portfolio forward and help to deal with the current lived realities around the noise on the ground related to the justice portfolio. So it is for that today we are not only going to share the audit outcome, but you will see, Honorable Chairperson, that we have collated some insights that we are hoping is not only going to assist this portfolio, but also the Minister and the DM and the DG and all the senior officials in the portfolio to be able to do what they are mandated to do in this department so that we can see the impact that we want to see in our communities. So from now on, I'm then going to hand over to Apendule, who's then going to take us through the detailed presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Apendule.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Can you get closer to the mic a little bit?
Okay.
Chair, yeah.
I hope that's better. Okay, good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, and colleagues from the different portfolios in the portfolio, in the Justice and Constitutional Development portfolio. I'm going to start off with slide number 5, where in Chair we are reflecting on the recommendations that would have provided in the prior in terms of whether they've been implemented and what has been the impact in terms of the outcomes. The first recommendation that we would have made here was around the inclusion of a key service delivery indicator around the monitoring and reporting and backlog cases in the court, within the court system. we had engagements with the former minister and deputy minister, wherein we discussed the inclusion of this indicator in the APP of the department. However, unfortunately, this indicator was not included in the strategic documents of the department, and largely because the former minister and deputy minister attributed that to the challenges around controlling some of the variables within the court systems, as they are not the only role player within that process. And they also noted that key responsibility with regards to resolution of backlog cases lies with the judiciary. So it is a bit of a difficult area for them to include, as they do not have absolute control in terms of those processes. The second one was around the issues in terms of the finalization and the conclusion of the integrated justice system development, wherein we recommended that the portfolio needs to influence the finalization so that then that program can be finalized. We have, however, unfortunately noted that there has not been significant progress in terms of conclusion of that development or significant traction in terms of conclusion of some projects, and that was mainly attributed to delays on the procurement processes due to the court dependencies on the State Information Technology Agency, which is loosely called SITA. And we also noted that though the IGS committees are meeting, it is not as frequent as it is prescribed in their terms of reference. So this is also an area that still needs attention to ensure that this development is then expedited and concluded. Lastly, there was a recommendation around the maintenance issues within the courts. What we are reflecting, Chair, is that in the department there is currently an indicator that is tracking minor works, refurbishment through capital works. The target that was set by the department was around 70, and the department reported an achievement of 74. While this is commendable, considering that the department is not a built environment specialist, and it also does not have a unit that deals with this, it is, however, worth to note that there's around 746 magistrate courts in the country, which would also need equal attention. So we are also highlighting that there is the case of, as an example, of the Pretoria Magistrate Court, which caught fire around 2020, and to date, or as at 31 March when we did our assessment, had not been restored. We do acknowledge that the responsibility to do maintenance lies with the Department of Public Works. However, there is an agreement between the Department of Public Works as well as the Department of Justice, which allows for maintenance work up to R1 million for the department to implement on their side. But this is an area that will still need a bit of more improvement, because the department, of course, is not a built environment specialist. Moving to the next slide, Chair. On this slide, we are reflecting on the performance of the portfolio overall during the 6th administration term. What we are noting, Chair, is that overall the portfolio However, there was an improvement which was noted, as well as resolve the qualification area around contingent liabilities, which was coming from the first year or the beginning of the administration period. And this was because management was intentional in designing and implementing measures to ensure that this is turned around. And as a result, in 2022-23, the department obtained an unqualified audit opinion. And it is worth noting that in 23-24, the department was also able to maintain an unqualified audit opinion, despite there being material adjustment on their annual financial statements. In terms of the regression, this is attributable to the audit outcomes of the SIU as well as PPSA. Unfortunately, in the year 22-23, these two entities regressed, having previously obtained what we call clean audit outcomes, but due to different reasons, their audit opinions regressed in 22-23. In the case of SIU, in the year 22-23, the entity obtained a qualified audit opinion due to issues that were noted around how they accounted and treated revenue, which is due and generated from the legal cases that they managed through the Office of the State Attorney. There's also, in the case of PPSA, the challenge was around around the non-compliance with procurement and contract management regulations around the procurement of legal panel, wherein it was not clearly defined in terms of how they would then obtain quotations from the different legal service providers that were included in the panel. In terms of the South African Human Rights Commission, though we have noted an improvement on asset management as well as some improvement on the audit of predetermined objectives, which is performance information, there are still largely issues around procurement and contract management as well as expenditure management, which could have been prevented had the entity been intentional in implementing and monitoring the audit action plans as well as the disciplines that were put in place to ensure that there is improvement in that area. The other entities that are sitting within this portfolio, they managed to maintain a clean audit outcome throughout the administration period. However, it is worth noting that the Office of the Chief Justice did at some point in 2021-22 also regress due to procurement issues wherein they did not follow the CETA Act in terms of procuring some IT-related goods and services. However, they were then able to improve that and also then improve their audit outcomes back to a clean audit outcome. In terms of the funds, yes, they do obtain clean audit outcomes. However, it is worth noting that these funds, they did have material misstatements which they were able to adjust and ultimately then received clean audit outcomes. Moving to the next slide, Chair, we are reflecting on the quality of the performance information reports that were submitted for auditing purposes. Unfortunately, Chair, the portfolio has not been able to produce credible annual performance information since the beginning of the administration period in the Department of Justice as well as the South African Human Rights Commission. We then identified material misstatements and reported them to management, and unfortunately they were not able to effect the necessary adjustments even after the auditing process to obtain an unqualified or to have an audit report that does not include material misstatements in the audit report. Chair, in the middle section of that slide, we are reflecting on the issues that we would have noted, and some of which include indicators that were not well defined because there are certain court dependencies. However, these were not preempted and planned for appropriately to ensure that the department is able to collect and collate information that will assist to reflect on the performance and then a report on that. And as such, these targets were ultimately not achieved because the right information could not be obtained as there were no planned processes in place. There is also an instance where we identified that the department had an indicator which did not have a specific target. The target was set as a baseline, but without historic information, it is impossible to then make reference to a baseline when you are referencing what would be the specific target. Chair, some of the issues that we are noting which are resulting to these issues is issues around verification and validation of reported achievements, wherein the department relies on the regional offices to ensure that when they collect and report on information, they verify it against the necessary supporting documents so that when they submit it as input to head office, it is information that is valid, accurate, and complete. These are some of the areas that we have noted and recommended to the department to take note of so that there can be an improvement in the processes. We also noted instances where in the department does not maintain proper record keeping in ensuring that they can easily retrieve and submit the necessary information to support the reported performance achievement. This is also one area that needs attention and improvement. However, we're also noting that in the department, the performance information monitoring is largely manual, which due to the significant volume of transactions that take place in the department, it is a challenge that needs to be addressed within the near future. And also where the systems are in place, we noted that there were challenges around availability of computers, wherein in some of the courts, officials need to work on one computer to be able to process information for them to carry out their duties. And also there's a need to improve some response time from the support services where there's breakdowns within the systems. And also there's a need to improve on the effective effectiveness of the systems. Therefore, there needs to be a test in terms of the configurations to confirm if they are fit for purpose. Chair, what we want to leave the committee with is that where indicators are not supported by reliable information, it brings into question the credibility of the reported achievements. And also then that raises questions about whether the performance information of the department resonates with the lived experiences on the ground. On this slide, Chair, we are highlighting one of the key indicators that was set in the MTSF for the department, which relates to the value of recoveries relating to corruption or related offenses. Unfortunately, the department was not able to meet this target during the MTSF period, and as such, some of the intended outcomes would not have been met insofar as ensuring that this is one of the strategies that is used to curb crime and corruption. Moving to the next slide. On this slide, Chair, we are reflecting the achievement of targets within the portfolio, and this is largely based on information that is contained in the performance reports of the different entities and department within the portfolio. And we are highlighting, Chair, that the non-achievement of service the non-achievement of key service delivery targets within the portfolio is a challenge that needs to be addressed, as it has unintended consequences insofar as the lived experiences of the citizens. One such example is when an indicator around the finalization of maintenance matters within 90 days is not achieved by the department. That also has an impact on the children's maintenance needs that then remain unmet, because that particular indicator would not have been realized or achieved as it was set and targeted. And one of the other indicators that I would have spoken to in terms of making sure that those indicators are well defined is an indicator around percentage of new domestic violence interim protection orders that needed to be issued within 24 days. So not meeting these targets then exacerbates the issues of gender-based violence in the country, because these are some of the strategies that are put in place to ensure that victims are assisted, and also they then get the quick turnaround which they deserve to ensure that livelihoods are saved. There's also a number of other important indicators within the portfolio, such as the number of systematic investigations or interventions finalized in the case of the Public Protector South Africa. This is an indicator that may cause recurring issues in state institutions if this is not dealt with and the institution does not ensure that these important key service delivery targets are met. Moving to the next slide, Chair, on this slide we are reflecting on the message that would have left the portfolio with regards to the integrated justice system in the prior period. Chair, in the prior period would have reflected that the number of projects that are completed represents 26% of the planned projects overall, while money has been spent. And if we reflect, in the prior year we had an expenditure of around 8.1 billion, as the 8.7 billion that is sitting on this slide relates to the period 23-24. So the message that we would have left the committee within in the prior year was to say, though there has been expenditure made, we don't see the return on investment in terms of these systems being in the ground and working effectively to help the system to ensure that some of the ineffectiveness are then improved and eradicated, to ensure that the criminal justice system is working optimally and effectively. And in the main, we were highlighting that the impact may be that at the end of the MTSF cycle, or at the end of the administration period, it may be that the member departments will not be fully and digitally connected and exchanging meaningful information within the criminal justice system. Yes, there are systems and projects that are connected to the to the hub to ensure that there's communication between the different role players within the criminal justice system, but these are not working effectively because not all business processes have been enabled, and as such, the communication is not working as it should yet. In the year 23-24, we then took stock of what would have been the developments from the last time when we were doing the audit review. We noted, Chair, that there has been expenditure of around 500 million. However, there were no significant improvements in terms of finalization and conclusion of the projects that will enable the integrated justice system to work as it should. Chair, we are noting that it was around the year 1996 when there came a realization within the criminal justice system that there's a need to integrate the business processes to ensure that the criminal justice system works effectively, and also that some of the delays and ineffectiveness are addressed. However, to date, this program has not been able to realize the intended purpose because there are largely a significant number of projects that are still outstanding while government continues to make an investment towards this program. This is a program that is critical because it will allow the criminal justice system to deal with some of the deficiencies that are resulting in justice sometimes being delayed or justice sometimes not reaching its intended beneficiaries. So it is an area that needs an improvement. Chair, on this slide number 16, we are reflecting on what are the key areas in terms of the integrated justice system that needs to then be expedited. Some of our prior year recommendations were partially addressed, and Chair, we are noting that this is largely because of the challenges the department is experiencing around SCM as well as the SITA procurement delays. So it is important that the IJS board of DGs and ministerial committee should adhere to the prescribed meetings so that they can use the time to deal with the issues and put timely interventions to ensure that the delays are kept and also they are addressed to ensure that the IJS program gets to its intended objective. And largely the project management office also needs to explore continuous improvements of the program in terms of governance and its transparency to ensure that ultimately this IJS program works effectively and the project delivery capabilities are met. Chair, as part of our culture shift strategy, as the Deputy Business Unit Leader would have referred to, is to ensure that we extract insights which are going to assist in terms of understanding some of the challenges within the criminal justice system, specifically the backlog cases can be best dealt with. This is, Chair, an area that we have ventured into for the first time in the year 23-24 in the case of the Department of Justice, and the raw data which we used to analyze this information was obtained from the department, but however was not audited. So whatever information is sitting on this slide is mainly based on information we obtained from the department. Chair, in this area, we want to just share and elevate insights around the fact that, yes, we were able to get information that says in the department there were around 37,497 backlog cases within the regional and district courts. However, what we are noting is that there are challenges in terms of managing these cases, largely because there is no data to support this information, and as a result, we also could not confirm the completeness of the backlog cases that are reflected as part of this data. And when we engaged some of the officials in the department, we did gather that it is also a challenge for the officials to be able to provide meaningful guidance and support to the magistrates because of lack of information, such as not knowing exactly if there are magistrates that have not made rulings in a particular period, or how long it has taken for particular cases to be concluded, because there is no one system within the criminal justice system that can tell you information about the first time when the case was registered with SAPS up to a point where a person is incarcerated and kept within the correctional services facilities or being rehabilitated rehabilitated and then ultimately being reintegrated back into society. This is an area that needs attention such that there can be a better understanding of what are the real issues that are sitting within the backlog cases, and then there can be an intentional strategy to be able to address those. Chair, one other area that I would like to highlight is around when we looked at this data, we noted that it wasn't clear what are the reasons for these backlog cases, and therefore we could not provide we could not get meaningful information that will help us understand the root causes behind these backlog cases. However, we did note that there were around 669 postponements that occurred during this period, and also that there were 769,000 months that were lost due to the postponements. So it is important that the manner in which the information is maintained, it enables all the role players within the department to be able to make changes that will assist in terms of ensuring that backlog cases are addressed and also they are prevented from recurring. And I'm just going to then move to the next slide, which deals with assessment of the control environment in the Office of the Chief Master. Chair, when we were auditing, we came across concerning information from some of the stakeholders that we work with in terms of the issues that are prevailing or existing within the Office of the Chief Master. So we did a bit of groundwork to understand what are the challenges, what are the risks that exist within the business process of the deceased estate. This is when we noted that there are some control weaknesses that need to be addressed as a matter of agency, such as insufficient measures that are in place to confirm the persons disclosed in the next of kin affidavit. Chair, the department is able to collect and confirm information where beneficiaries are registered in the Office of Home Affairs or in the Department of Home Affairs. However, in instances where these beneficiaries are not actually registered at Home Affairs, then the department places sole reliance on the next of kin affidavit, which opens up on opportunities for fraud and corruption. There are also instances where there is insufficient measures that are in place to confirm validity of wills. So as long as the will is signed by the relevant authority and the witnesses, and it is in original format, the department accepts it as valid. There are no measures to actually distinguish between what would actually be the authentic and original will. So this is one of the areas that creates opportunities for manipulation within the system that needs attention. There's also instances where, Chair, there's no way the department actually can confirm or detect if the details of the executor are the same as the details that are included in the system of Home Affairs. So this is one of the areas that we are noting as an area that needs improvement. And as such, Chair, we are reflecting that one of the impacts is that because there's a lack or ineffective application of some preventative controls on the day-to-day processes, there are opportunities for manipulation and fraud within the Office of the Chief Master, which need immediate attention. So we recommend that the department takes steps to ensure that the control weaknesses are identified and addressed, to ensure that then the fraud risk is dealt with, and also the people of South Africa ultimately receive what is due to them, who are the intended beneficiaries of these deceased estates. We are therefore, Chair, recommending that as part of this value chain or value adding work, there should be a system in place to manage backlog cases, which is going to give the department meaningful information that can be used to identify patterns and root causes for targeted interventions to reduce the delays within the district courts as well as the regional courts. And also, Chair, we are recommending that though there are court dependencies with regards to management of backlog cases, there should also be some areas that are within the control of each of the role players, and those are the areas that need to be included as indicators within the annual performance plan as well as the strategic plan of the department. On the next slide, Chair, we are reflecting on the quality of the financial statement. I'm not going to speak a lot on this one because we would have reflected on the audit outcomes of the portfolio. However, Chair, we are simply highlighting on this slide the reliance on the auditors to be able to obtain credible financial reporting within the portfolio of justice, wherein before the audit process, the financial statements that were submitted by the department, SIU, as well as the two funds, contained material misstatements, which were then addressed during the audit process, and all the entities within the portfolio were able to obtain unqualified audit outcomes after the audit process. And also, Chair, we are highlighting on the small section relating to poor financial planning that there was an authorized dispersed expenditure that was incurred by the department to the value of 290 million, and that was largely due to budget cuts at some point, as well as the cost of living adjustment that was incurred by the department relating to the adjustment of salaries. Chair, we are also highlighting that as at year end, the department had claims to the value of 98 million, which would need to be dispersed if these were to be concluded today. So it is important that the department just takes note of this, so that in terms of their financial planning, this is an area that is also provided for in case of emergencies. Chair, we also noted that unfortunately the bank overdraft in the department keeps increasing over the years, and this is largely due to payments that are made on behalf of other state institutions or other client departments relating to the work of the state attorney. So the Office of the State Attorney makes payments to the legal counsel that are representing the state in different cases and claims those funds back from the relevant client departments. Unfortunately, the department has not been receiving or has not been able to recover all the funds that are due to the department, and as such, the bank overdraft keeps increasing, and this is an area as at year end, this bank overdraft was sitting at 4 billion, which is quite concerning, considering that this is money that is not that is not intended for this. There is no budget for state legal services that is sitting within the department. The budget is sitting with the relevant client departments. However, the department unfortunately has not been able to successfully be able to recover all the funds. I think we noted that the top two client departments have been paying. It's the Eastern Cape Department of Health, which owes just under 1 billion, as well as the South African Police Services, which owes around 831 million. So it is important that these two institutions work closely with the departments to ensure that these debt is paid, and also this bank overdraft can be addressed. On this slide, Chair, we are reflecting on the non-compliance areas that would have noted in terms of the different entities as well as the department in the portfolio. The Department of Justice, which speaks to what I've just shared around the bank overdraft as well as the receivables, had a material finding included in the audit report around the revenue management, which talks to ineffectiveness in terms of the processes that are being implemented to collect all monies that are due to the department. It does, unfortunately, sometimes take relatively longer for the department to clear the suspense account and recover the monies that are due. We noted instances where it takes even over a year just to generate the necessary invoices and send them to the relevant client departments after the department has made the payments. There are also instances where the department was not able to make payments within 30 days as it is required by legislation, and this is a matter which also requires attention, especially from the Office of the State Attorney, which is responsible for a number of payments to legal counsel that are working and representing state institutions on state legal cases. So we did note non-compliance findings around quality of financial statements, and we have just spoken to that in the case of the Department of Justice as well as SIU. SIU in the current year had material adjustments around revenue, and that is why they have this non-compliance in the audit report. In terms of the South African Human Rights Commission, the institution has been struggling with non-compliance in terms of ensuring that they are following procurement processes that are fair, equitable, and transparent, and as such, there is irregular expenditure that is reported in their books, and we are also noting that they were therefore not able to prevent irregular expenditure from occurring. And from that irregular expenditure, legislation requires that there should be investigations that are conducted to ensure that the officials that incurred or enabled the occurrence of the irregular expenditure are then held accountable where applicable in terms of the outcomes of the investigation. And where the investigations have been concluded, then the action plans must be implemented from the recommended outcomes from those from those investigations. However, unfortunately, we noted that the Human Rights Commission, yes, in the period under review, they were able to conclude the investigations, but however did not implement the actions that were recommended from the investigation in terms of disciplinary processes. Moving to the next slide, Chair, on this slide, I'm just going to key highlights two things. In terms of irregular expenditure, the department, the portfolio has been doing work that has assisted in ensuring that irregular expenditure occurrence is decreasing. If we reflect on the year 2021-22, we would note that there was around 966 million irregular expenditure in the portfolio. However, that has reduced significantly in the year 23-24 to around 76.6 million. And the irregular expenditure that is sitting there is largely attributable to the Office of the Chief Justice as well as the Special Investigating Unit. The Office of the Chief Justice had issues around the procurement of information technology, goods and services which did not follow the CETA Act, and as a result had incurred that irregular expenditure. In terms of consequence management, we are noting, Chair, that the irregular expenditure balance has decreased significantly, which is commendable, and this is largely attributable to the irregular expenditure that was condoned or removed in the Department of Justice. So the department was able to investigate and implement all the action plans that are required by the irregular expenditure framework and submitted to the National Treasury to condone some of the irregular expenditure. Where the National Treasury did not condone the irregular expenditure, then the accounting officer used his powers to remove irregular expenditure after having confirmed that investigations did take place. Where disciplinary processes were required or recommended, they were implemented, and recovery of financial loss where applicable was also effected. And as such, the irregular expenditure reduced significantly in the year-end review. The irregular expenditure that is still sitting in that balance, which has not been addressed, is mostly attributable to the different entities that we've noted on the slide. However, a significant portion of it has already been investigated. It is just awaiting other steps in the process that still needs to be implemented. In terms of material irregularities in the portfolio, we have issued thus far 2 material irregularity notifications to the accounting officer due to some issues that we noted in the Guardians Fund. What we noted as the underlying issue was the payment process in the Guardians Fund is not fully automated or it does not interface automatically with the banking system. So what would have happened, there were instances where the payment processes were then manipulated when the transactions were captured in the banking system, and as a result, that resulted to some unauthorized payments being made. And there were also areas in the past where we noted duplicate payments that resulted into the material financial loss. So in total, the material financial loss that was incurred due to these MIs is 21.3 million, while the fund was able to recover 3.7 million of that financial loss. In terms of our observations during the audit process, we have concluded that the accounting officer continues to implement the relevant actions and is taking appropriate action plans to address these material irregularities. And this is because the department has actually implemented interim measures to ensure that Guardians Fund are actually being disbursed and paid from head office in the interim, while the institution or the entity is working on improving its internal controls. However, there are areas that still need to be finalized in terms of addressing internal controls to ensure that these material irregularities do not recur. One such instance is the development of a Guardians Fund payment system, which was initially planned to be rolled out around April 2024, that was later then postponed to November 2024. There are also ongoing disciplinary actions that are being implemented, and also the law enforcement agencies have made traction in some of the investigations, and some alleged perpetrators were apprehended. One of the areas that also needs to be finalized is around the revision of the standard operating procedure or the payment procedures within the Guardians Fund, which is awaiting the finalization of the the government employees pension fund, which is currently understanding or doing work to understand the gaps within their payment processes. So in terms of overall recommendations to the portfolio, we are recommending that the committee should continue to monitor the action plans that are being implemented to address the MIs, and also the portfolio committee should hold the department accountable for delayed progress in some areas where there has been extended periods in terms of conclusion of those planned actions to address the material irregularities. Overall, the recommendations that we would have shared with the accounting officer were around ensuring that the action plans that are designed should be smart and also should be addressing the root causes, not the actual findings, to ensure that the issues that we would have noted as material findings in the audit of financial statements, in the audit of performance information, are not repeated. And also where the accounting officer has implemented accountability systems, however, the officials do not seem to be taking the process seriously, as we are still noting repeat audit issues, then there should be an improved processes in ensuring that accountability is taken seriously, and there is an understanding for the need and importance of ensuring that credible annual financial statements and credible annual performance reports are being generated and presented even before the audit process. And also we are recommending, Chair, that the interim financial statements as well as the interim quarterly reports should be readily available, should be concluded timelessly, so that then other levers such as internal audits as well as audit committee can then be utilized in ensuring that there is oversight and there's actions that are put in place to ensure that the institutions in the portfolio produce credible financial reports as well as credible performance information. Overall, our recommendations to the portfolio committee are three things, Chair. The portfolio committee should assist in following up on the progress being made in resolving the material irregularity and the implementation of the turnaround strategy in the master's office to assist the systems that have been put in place by the department in ensuring that there is a turnaround in that environment. We are also recommending, Chair, that the committee should use its powers to influence the IJS committee to take actions in ensuring that projects are planned within their planned timelines, and also concluded to ensure that this program ultimately delivers its intended objective. Yes, in the sixth administration, the portfolio was not able to achieve this main key program, which would really go a long way in terms of addressing and unclogging some of the inefficiencies within the system. So it is important that then this committee plans differently and works differently on this program, because it is one of those that will transform the criminal justice system in a positive way, in ensuring that the lived experiences of the citizens are ultimately impacted directly. And lastly, Chair, we are recommending that the entities that are incurring repeat audit issues and where there is ineffective governance to ensure credible financial reporting as well as performance reporting, then the committee can use its powers to call all the role players to account and ensure that they implement actions that are going to address these issues from recurring. And also the committee should assist the portfolio at large and also include all relevant players in ensuring that backlog in court, in regional courts as well as district courts are being dealt with strategically. Thank you.
No, I think we are covered. Chairperson will hand over back to you, and then if there's comments and questions, we will then address them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Auditor-General. I think part of what we appreciate about the work you have done is not solely looking at the department only, but also the entities under it, including the President Funds, the Justice Administration Fund, the Guardians Fund. I think that helps us a lot as the committee, and also you have not only helped the work of today's meeting, Tomorrow we're meeting with the department on annual reports. Thursday we're with the OCJ and PPSA. Friday we're with NPA. Next week we're with the Legal Aid, South African Human Rights Commission and SIU. So the presentation that we have just delivered has helped us navigate through all this committee program. Members, the ball is in your court now. Okay, apologies a little bit, honourable members.
No, no, Chairperson, thank you very much, and thank you for indulging me. I don't intend to raise a substantive thing. I just would like to use the opportunity to say publicly what I said to the team when they did a presentation to the Minister and I. I've been in Parliament for over 25 years now, in the Executive for more than 10 years. This is the best Auditor-General presentation that I've ever come across. Thorough, meticulous, comprehensive, incisive, and I can just say to you, Chairperson, and to the Portfolio Committee that the Minister and I will certainly take this very seriously, and it'll be a very, very useful tool for us from the point of view of the Executive as well. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, DM. Members of the AG, you have heard it yourselves from the Executive commending the work you have done. I think it's basically because the work we have done is supposed to help us do our work and the department do its own work. So it's not an issue of trolls and stuff. It's an issue of you helping government perform better and serving the people better. Honorable Klopper, apologies. Honorable Dena, Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Santo no Motau. Honorable Mkwebane.
Thank you, Chairperson, and apologies if I'm scurrying through my notes. It's a large volume. I'd just like to say thank you to the AG for such a comprehensive report, but it also highlights so many issues and so many worries that we as the department have to face. The DM did allude earlier as he started to a war overseas and so forth, but I'd just like to bring to the attention the war we're facing in South Africa. You know, we're facing a war of around 87 murders per day. You know, that's 30,000, over 30,000 per year. 150 rapes a day. It's 54,000 a year. 595 assaults with grievous bodily harm. I mean, that's over 200,000 per year in our own country, not a war country, a country that's in a state of peace currently. And I mean, doesn't that raise alarm bells for this department? I mean, we're facing this war, but let me just bring you to the attention of the statistics in this report. On the one part, it speaks about 670,000 postponements, and that equates to almost 770,000 months of delays. And I cannot even imagine how this department is going to catch up on this, considering how many cases are happening. And those are the top 10 charges in South Africa that are facing the highest backlogs. So if those are just the top 3 that I've mentioned now, how do we actually erase the 770,000 months with new cases pending every single day in courts that are falling apart? You know, and I want to congratulate the departments on the 70, I think it was 70 or 74 minor done to the court, but that leaves 100 that are still in a state needs to be repaired and fixed. So we'd really urge the Minister engage with the Department of Public Works and gets to some resolution on how this will be maintained and what is the way forward. Because it really concerns me if I'm looking at, you know, these statistics, especially in the backlogs. You know, and if you are one of these victims, if you're a rape victim, if you're a murder victim, if you're a victim of assault, and we're talking about these reports is what's reported. It's not what's not reported. Just a little bit of research will show almost 40% of women will be raped in their lifetime in South Africa. That's a harrowing statistic. And it's a harrowing statistic when you read these reports or you watch TV and you hear, well, I might be 770 months delayed. I might be last on that list. And that just serves to push people further from reporting. So I'm wondering what the true statistics is in South Africa. Another thing that was mentioned by the Auditor-General was a culture shift approach. And a culture shift approach is scary when we say in a report that money is being expended, expenditure is taking place, and it's taking place properly and thoroughly. But the projects aren't the projects aren't actually being implemented. How is it that the projects are not of the focus, but we're spending the money? That should be the focus. That should be the initial focus, and then we spend the money. But according to this report, it's almost as if we spend the money and hope that the focus will come into view. And I think that's absolutely, it's ridiculous. And just on a last point, if you just indulge me quickly. Chairperson, you know, we have reports that age, race, gender, disability, and all of these are considered when we're doing appointments. But in every report, and I think almost in every department, you're going to read reports of, here's duplicate payments, 7 million, 17 million unauthorized expenditures. And we see all of this in every single department, in any government institution, in any sphere of government. And I think maybe one of the criteria is stop hiring criminals. Start doing little background checks, because it seems that these people that are filling our posts, who are paying this money out, are doing so in every single department. And that can't just be coincidence. I think we must really start looking at the quality people that we put in our departments, which any entity that we have, and that should be a focus within the government. That should be the culture shift, that we start employing competent people, people with a heart and a passion for South African citizens, rather than their own pockets, and hopefully they can keep their fingers in their own pockets and not in the purse of the public. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Klopper. Honourable Turner.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone, and let me join the Deputy Minister in saying thank you for the very comprehensive report. It is an excellent report, one of the best that I've seen. And I think this is a very handy tool for us as the committee as well, not just for the department, to make sure that we keep the department and all its entities accountable. And Chair, I really want to emphasize the point that we mustn't come back here next year and sit with the same findings and the same problems and hear again next year that CETA is a problem, because we've been hearing it for quite a number of years from quite a number of departments. So I'll limit my questions to five. The first one is, I've touched on CETA, but we've heard from the Office of the Chief Justice as well, and we've seen that there were deviations from that specific office regarding CETA, but I can understand that departments or entities deviate from CETA because they can't get their work done. And we seriously have to look at the fact that CETA is hampering government's work. We cannot sit here year after year and hear that CETA is a problem, CETA is slow with procurement, CETA is a problem with implementing ICT solutions in departments. So please, Chair, I really want to emphasize that we have to look at that. Same goes for public works. The Deputy Minister mentioned that we mustn't work in silos, and I completely agree. We mustn't work in silos. And public works has been a problem for a number of years, we know, and I'm sure all of the Auditor-General staff, the staff from the department knows, and we also know that public works is a problem. Court facilities are a problem, and that channels into other problems. Another note that I made is maintenance matters. The delay in maintenance matters perpetuates gender-based violence. We cannot expect people to look after their children if we cannot even get maintenance matters finalized. So, Chair, I think we should look at maintenance matters in depth. What is creating this problem with regards to maintenance matters? What will be the turnaround? And I think we should ask for answers with regards to that. The Master's Office as well. The Auditor-General touched on the problems with the Master's Office, and I think we should ask for more regular updates from the department regarding the turnaround strategy for the Master's Offices. We all know about the problems there, and it continues. So we should get feedback on that. And then I'd just like to ask that we We request a timeline from the department regarding the implementation of the IJS. And also on slide 15, the AG mentions a lack of integrated case management or the integrated case management system in certain matters. So I think we should look at that and also ask for feedback and a timeline on getting that on par. Thank you, Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I will take an unpopular position of not joining a chorus that is giving credits even to where they are not due. We are here to do effective oversight. So we're going to be very factual and scientific when we're dealing with issues. I heard the Deputy Minister when he spoke of the entities that are under the Department of Justice. He spoke highly of them, as though there are no problems which are prevalent and which are catastrophic and detrimental to the interest of the people of South Africa. The first problem, which I think is insurmountable, I'm saying it's insurmountable because the department has not provided any comprehensive plan. I'm still on the overview of the Deputy Minister. Has not submitted a comprehensive plan in reaction to that problem, the problem of a backlog in the state attorney in particular. On top of a backlog which was already in existence in the state attorney allowed to take work which it has not, for which it does not have experience, the RAF work. On top of the backlog which was already in existence, they took the RAF work and they are now faced with work that they do not know how to implement or how to handle. There's a lot of RAF files there. They've just allocated handlers who have no idea of how to deal with those files. So I'm saying, to a problem which was already in existence, the department added more problems in the department, in the state attorney. And I hope, because we're still going to engage with the department during the course of the week, I hope we're going to engage on this thoroughly. And then second, Chair, I think on the state attorney, I once raised this during the budget votes, that as part of the solutions, they must consider restructuring their litigation department. To say that in the litigation department, you have two departments. You have the merits department and you have the quantum departments. There are many matters or there are many files which are useless, which can be dealt with from the onset and not even allow them, that should not be allowed to even go to court because they are straight cut matters. And the merits department will solely focus on that to say, before we even defend or oppose this matter, let us look on the merits and see if this matter is worth defending or is worth opposing. And then if there's a need to oppose, then you oppose. Because this is doubling the expenditure and an unnecessary expenditure on the department, because a lot of money is being spent on litigation and they pay attorneys just to accept instructions, for taking instructions, for drafting the notice to oppose or the notice to defend, even when there's no case to defend. So I'm saying we must consider that, and also we must consider a decision which was taken of taking the RAF work. I think it was not strategic, and it was adding more problems to problems which are already in existence in the state attorney. And then to the AG, they've mentioned, I think on slide 7, that there was a problem of failure to keep proper records, and documents and so on and so forth. Now, the question that, in relation to that, I want to ask a question: is there any relief that you have under those circumstances? And if there's any, what have you done to ensure that people are being held accountable? Because we cannot treat this as business as usual, to say there are no records, then there's nothing we can do. There are people who have a responsibility in the departments. And the law is very clear that, the records must be kept for 5 years. So it means if you do not keep the records for 5 years, you violate the law. So have actions been taken in relation to that? Are there any people who have been held accountable? And if there are any, what has been done to those people as repercussions? Because we don't want to come here next year and have the same excuse. And the possibility is that we will have the same excuse if there are no repercussions. People are going to continue to do that as an easy way out, of avoiding accountability. Then the second point to the OG relates to the AG, relates to a backlog in the master's office. I think you need to do some work also on top of what you have done already, so that we will be able to ascertain the correct cure to this quagmire of a backlog. I am afraid that the findings that we have made are not reflective of what is actually transpiring on the ground. I'll make a practical example. The magistrates can issue letters of authority, and that was done for 2 reasons. One, it was done for the people to have access, to easy access, to these magistrate centers if they want letters of authority. But secondly, it was done to reduce long queues in the master's office. But the magistrates, the last time I checked, unless things have changed, cannot issue the letters of executorship. There are people who travel, for about 200 kilometers just to get a letter of executorship. You travel from Mzimkulu, from where I come from, in KZN, to Pietermaritzburg to submit documents. And there is no guarantee that after submitting those documents, you will get the letter of executorship, because I might submit documents which are not complete because of ignorance. I don't have legal knowledge, and I'm told when I get there that no, you were married under an unregistered customary marriage. So we need to go through a process of recognizing that marriage first. And then your issue delays for about 3 months without getting assistance. So I'm saying, I'm really not convinced with the findings that we have made, and I do not think that they are going to give amicable solutions to the problems which are prevalent in the master's office. That is why, Chair, I'm not being dramatic when I say I think it's a chorus, this thing of tendering appreciations. I think we even tender them to the extreme, even to where they are not due. And then the last point which I want to make relates to, okay, I've addressed this one of the RAF. Okay, then the last point, Chair, relates to failure to implement recommendations by the AG. I think my expectations maybe were too high, but I think what was supposed to happen is that in this report, the AG was supposed to specify by saying, these are the findings and these are the recommendations which were not implemented by this entity. And in reaction to that, this is what we've done. And another question which I will ask subsequent to that is, if an entity chooses not to implement the recommendations, what recourse do you have? Because these people have principles. They report to people. So it cannot be that when people do not do what they are supposed to do in terms of the statute, and then we just say, no, they have not done it, and then that is the end of the world, and then we do nothing. If people do not implement, because the likelihood is that most of these people who don't implement these recommendations are still in office even today. They've not been held accountable. It's business as usual. They are still working today. They are getting, lucrative salaries for doing nothing. So the question is, for this failure, what have you done? Because we need to set a very terrible example here, so that people don't repeat this thing. So that there will be no one who will be inspired by lawlessness. People must know that if they fail to fulfill their statutory obligations, then there will be harsh repercussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mutau.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Let me also welcome the presentation from the AG. Chairperson, one, on the high backlog of cases, I think this one is long overdue. DM and DG. What we are appealing from the department is the department must come up with a plan to deal with this serious backlog of cases. And then number two, on the master's office, can we just come up with a system that can deal with these identified weaknesses, especially on controls? Because master's offices, it's one office that deal with direct service delivery. We can't afford to gamble with our people. Chair, the last one, Chair, on unauthorized expenditure. Filling of unfunded post, DG. Let's try to minimize that because according to me, in the department, we still have a lot of vacancies that are funded. And we are not filling those vacancies, especially the senior management one. Let's try to deal with the ones that are funded so that we minimize the acting in the department. The last one, Chair. What is it? No, the last one, let me save it for the next meeting with the department. Thank you, Chair.
So you already have a question on hold for tomorrow, dear. Honorable Mkhwebane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. The questions which I have, or the comments, are that in your presentation you say there were no, the backlog indicator in the APP, because it means even if we can say the department must come up with a plan, we'll still next year be talking the same thing. And the department is moving very slow to make sure that the lower courts amendment bill and the rationalization of the courts happens. So I think, AG, we need to make sure that this is enforced in the APP, because for now, the magistrates court and the actually lower courts are falling within the Department of Justice. Therefore, and they are funded there, there's money being spent and all the challenges. So they need to be held to account through this process, because at least we can then get quarterly reports, we follow up on that and see how we can also help them to resolve this backlog. But then it's terrible because this links up to whether in the 600 and something postponements, is it 66,000 or 600? Those postponements, did you assess how many cases or minor cases, for instance, not referring to the serious cases of rape, assault, GBH, and murder and those. But then your minor cases like your assault, your perjury, your just minor cases, because what we need to do here is that we need to strategically make sure that those cases are removed from the system. Because as well, how do we keep those cases being postponed? Taking resources are still in our statistics, because those as well, there are some cases, like for instance, theft, which will relate to being driven by socio-economic challenges, which the country is a reality. Do you really have to keep that person in jail, or do you, in fact, with those postponements, do you have to keep the person on our system, or we will have to make sure that that case is resolved, but then it's resolved in such a way, again, going back to the silo mentality. How do we work with other institutions to make sure that we hand over that person to another department, or the other departments facilitate that this person is not a repeat offender? But then the issue of the payments which are made to the previously disadvantaged legal professionals, which DM is saying they've achieved or paid 88% to the previously disadvantaged. That is not experienced by a number of legal professionals on the ground, because there's that issue of, which I think is a finding you had in the public protector about the legal panel, that state attorney is paying similar or one and the same or individuals. There's that concern that you might say you've paid 88%, but then out of that you find that it's few individuals or companies. And as well, when we had that consultation with state attorney, I think what Honorable Nomvalo is saying, the issue of state attorney, the way the backlogs, we've mentioned them several times, it's a messenger. State attorneys, the backlog, the lack of capacity. When in Mpumalanga, for instance, they would be saying one state attorney is dealing with more than 1,000 cases. Actually, all of them. That was the issue. And again, they were complaining about that, but then as well the issue of that they are not briefing certain legal counsels from certain organizations, for instance, like Bopabasa and them. Why are you then pardoning one or few individuals instead of making sure that if you truly want to empower the previously disadvantaged, you spread it across? Then the issue of the master's office, the backlog, but as well how the citizens are treated there, because there's a lot of collusion between lawyers and the officials. That's what the challenge is. And that you'd find if you don't know anything about what's supposed to be happening. And I think, DG, one issue which the last time we discussed when you were presenting, or the master's office was presenting, is the issue of how attorneys or you assist the vulnerable to be assisted by the officials instead of then leaving people to be dealt, or to be vulnerable people to be exploited by legal professionals. And in the master's office, there's this thing called when your estate is above a certain amount, automatically they say to you, the attorney must help you. That is so wrong, because It's been there, and I think there was a report of the public protector where we say you should be stopping that, because automatically then you leave this person to the attorneys. And the implications of that is that even if your estate can be 250,000 or above, but the fact of the matter is it's assets, it's not money. Now this attorney will then make sure that they check all your bank accounts and properties and whatever, and then at the end of the day they start using the money which is in the estate. At the end of the day, when the distribution account is ready, you don't have cash, but what is there is just the property, and so that should be looked into. How do we make sure that within the state attorney we have officials who are helping? You are not leaving a person to be to the attorneys who, at the end of the day, they won't be able to even pay those attorneys. Then the issue of the delay again by the master's office to finalize the distribution account. I think, how do you make sure, or have you checked the issue of quick response from the complainants? I hear DM, you are saying the outreach is helping to reduce the complaints about service delivery. Have we checked that? Because, I mean, the main aim here is to make sure that the public, the service delivery is experienced at the grassroots. So there would be people who are writing complaints through emails. How quick are we responding to that? And you find that the executors are not responsive, they are not addressing people's complaints, and that is not dealt with. Then the issue of where is NPA? Because I see you moved to deal with Public Protector and Human Rights Commission, which are Chapter 9 institution, definitely independent from the department, but you didn't deal with NPA. Why did you exclude them? Because I think DG spoke about NPA, IDEC, and unfortunately, DM, I wouldn't agree with you. I mean, this narrative of state capture and whatever, because at the end of the day, that crime is money laundering, is corruption, is fraud, is everything. So, which is a crime which should be dealt with, is not something which is complicated, because that's what needs to be dealt with. And if you have an experienced prosecutor who will prosecute these matters which are there within the NPA, they can be easily doing that. So I wonder why you didn't include them. SIU, again, it's one thing which the question is futuristically, well, we can have our own view as EFF to say, but their mandate is similar to the Public Protector because they are investigating maladministration. Actually, most of their work, which the Public Protector can do that exceptionally well, and their recommendations are binding. SIU's recommendations are not binding, and I think futuristically, those are the things we should be how the justice system in dealing with this, but then having their binding recommendations through them working with closely, or again in future, which if we are receptive to changing laws to make sure that they are one thing. And then on the issue of, because you've raised it in this report, I'll ask about it, the Public Protector finding, audit outcome, they've regressed in the previous, or like for the previous years. I think I've asked this question. Trade lien audits, that arrangement was there, the panel of attorneys. And then if you can just mention which section in the PFMA or triple PFA which has been violated. The same thing where you are saying you are using the same attorneys, like for instance now with the issue of people taking the report of state capture on review, and justice saying, I'm taking this report or I'm using these attorneys, these lawyers, because I'm saving costs of having a person to read millions of papers. Therefore, I'm using the same lawyers to deal with the matter. So, and there's a finding which led to the institution not to get a clean audit because of the legal fees. The panel was done, there's compliance there, but then the issue is you are using one and the same attorney. And vis-a-vis the issue of saying to save on costs, to get various attorneys every time, to reread the million documents. Therefore, it was prudent to use one attorney. So I just want to know which section of the PFMA you're referring to, which has been violated, because I think it's not fair that you continuously hold them to ransom on that. And again, the accounting officer, remember, is the one who should be accounting, is the one who should be held to account, because at the end of the day is the one who made sure that, or he's the one who's responsible for implementing that and creating or putting systems in place. When you say no consequence management, what processes have been put in place for that? If they put the processes in place that now we are correcting it, why is still a recurring finding on them? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhwebane. Just few things. I think the DM made mention of the legal sector code, which is something that we have been fighting for almost the whole of the sixth administration. But I think we celebrate that finally it has been signed. So you speak about the legal sector charter council. What are the time frames, and how do you plan to go around it? And the issue of the appointment of acting magistrates. I'm not sure if you are amending the guidelines, you are redoing the guide, and I think if that's the case, can you brief the committee on that at some point? There's an issue of the AG says the issue of court maintenance and backup in the magistrate courts. The response from the department was that you are not responsible for that alone. I think we may understand on issues relating to maintenance and stuff if it's not minor capital works. But the backup issues, remember, we would have raised DG with the department this thing after oversight every now and then. DM, the courts that can proceed on the basis of energy failure and on the basis of water related problems. AG, I think there is something you keep on raising which relates to performance against targets. I think at some point we would have had argued with the department on its targets where some felt they were too high. So we have noted that some entities do set their targets too low so that they can easily be met and their performance can rise. Some set them too high, such that if you compare their performance in the previous financial year and the APP of this, starting from this year, find that there is a huge difference between the targets for program A or program B. So do we have a monitoring tool to better advise and guide the departments and entities as it relates to how targets must be, what factors influence the targets that must be set by the department or that particular entity? The issue of case backlogs, which seems to be persistent. Immediately after COVID-19, DM, there was a task team that was led by the department that was formulated mainly to deal with the backlog of cases, particularly in the lower courts. Is that task team still there? To whom does it report? If it's not there, what then is the department's plan to attend to issue of case backlogs? Because as we discuss it every day, in the same day we're discussing, there are new matters being brought, so it contributes there. So is that team still there, and how is the performance if it's still there? What is how are you monitoring the work of that team? Do you think it's effective? If it's not, are there particular ways that you think that we can best assist as well to ensure that we deal decisively with the issue of case backlogs? I think we'll give you DM and the department, then we'll give the AG to respond to issues that we directed to them. DM?
Thank you very, very much, Chairperson. I'll do some of the initial responses and then ask the DG and his team to deal with others. I think firstly, maybe just to thank all members for their very, very comprehensive comments and also proposals. Notwithstanding the Honourable Nomvalo's attempt at discordance, I think he actually, in a roundabout way, did join the choir through his very substantive inputs, which I'll come back to later. But firstly, I think just Honourable Klopper, you very correctly raised the issue of the rampant and terrifying levels of crime. I don't think there can be any disagreement with that. That is a common cause. It's a common battle that we need to fight. And certainly in our political overview, we reflected on the nature, the extent of that. We also referred specifically to new forms of organized crime, amongst others extortion, construction mafia, etc., kidnapping, and so on. So I think we are together there. In relation to the issue of delays and backlogs, which almost every person has raised, I think the DG and team will deal with some of the specifics, save to say that the department plays an indispensable supporting role to the judiciary. The actual case management things in line with moving do fall within the hands of the judiciary. And that's not to abrogate the responsibility of the department. Where the department is not providing adequate support to the judiciary and that results in case backlogs, certainly we must take responsibility and be held accountable. Lastly, Honourable Klopper, I'm very sure that that is not what you intended to mean, but regrettably the perception could very easily be created that you were juxtaposing issues of representativity on the one hand and competence and honesty on the other. And I think, as I said, I trust that that wasn't what you were intending, but I think we need to be very, very cautious in how we articulate those matters. Certainly, as a department, we are very, very committed to employing the best, most competent, experienced, and appropriate officials to serve the people of our country, and that is not in contradiction at all to having a staff complement which is representative of the very people and country which they are meant to serve. I think study after study after study has underscored the power of inclusivity and representativity and bringing together a range of life experiences in pursuit of solving problems. Secondly, the Honourable Denner, thank you very, very much for your very thoughtful comments. Certainly, we are very much in agreement, and I think we said so at the outset, of working together with a department such as Public Works and CETA. And we have already reached out to Public Works, and it's been a very favorable response. And on certain smaller, less systemic matters, we do commend Public Works for moving very quickly to, for example, secure the release of state land from other spheres of government for the development of court facilities. However, I think the broader issue is that both Public Works and CETA have very, very serious challenges which impact very negatively on our justice system. We are reaching out to them, we will cooperate with them, but I do think that yourselves as a Justice Committee, together with the other relevant portfolio committees, must also hold those departments to account for this work. Honourable Denner, you've also raised the issue of timelines with regard to the IJS. The integrated criminal justice system is one of the areas that the Minister has delegated to me. So I do undertake, Chairperson, to come back, hopefully in the near future, once I myself have been fully briefed and had the opportunity to apply my mind to the approach to that matter. But I can just give the committee the assurance that both from my time as a member of this committee, as well as my previous life in the current position that I hold, the importance of having an integrated criminal justice system for me is just absolutely paramount. And whilst the Auditor-General's report focuses, and correctly and indispensably so, on issues of technological systems integration, I think the process of having an integrated criminal justice system goes way beyond technology. Because if your foundation is not solid, both in terms of your statutory architecture, your institutional architecture and mechanisms to coordinate, you can have the best technology in the world. It's not going to solve the problem. On the other hand, without the requisite technology, it's going to be quite difficult to accomplish that task. So it is one that we view with a tremendous amount of seriousness and urgency. The Honourable Nomvalo, despite your claims to the contrary, as I said, I do think you sang very harmoniously in your inputs. I do, though, just want to point out that in my initial input, I do think that my voice got a bit rougher and gruffer on the performance of certain entities. My voice wasn't always sweet. I did point out at the outset the very serious challenges that do exist. I found your inputs on the State Attorney and the work of the Solicitor General extremely helpful and constructive. And I would like to pursue those with you further, in particular the proposals around the division or the restructuring of that office. The area of state litigation is another area that the Minister has delegated to me. So, Chairperson, also I will in due course come back to the Portfolio Committee. On a lighter note, Honourable Nomvalo, I'm reliably informed by the DG that the deadline for applications for the position of Solicitor General has been extended to the 14th of October. So if you are contemplating a career change, please do. No, and I say that without any, not the latter, but the general point, Honourable Nomvala, without, yeah, coming across otherwise. I think in the short term, in the short period of the existence of this committee, I think you've made a number of very, very insightful proposals. Also, I remember during the budget debate, the recommendations regarding the jurisdiction of small claims courts, which is another area that's been delegated, and I think we certainly are working and taking that very seriously. The issue of the road accident fund, I think it would be irresponsible for me to launch into an area of quite considerable complexity, which we're also just trying to get on top. But safe to say that in response to the very, very serious challenges within our courts as a whole, but Gauteng in particular, and the lengthy delays or the very distant court dates, between the minister and I, we both embarked on a process of unannounced visits to those courts. I did a very, very extensive, I walked all 12 floors of the Joburg High Court and went into almost every courtroom and to the basement and engaged with the court manager, etc. We followed that up with a meeting with the JP and the DJP. And what they indicated to us was that they were confident that overall the systems of managing the role are sound and effective. The challenge that they face is the road accident fund. And they said if we can deal with that matter satisfactorily, it would account for, or the road accident fund accounts for 90% of the problems that they face. And if we can solve that, it will go a very, very long way. Now, there are a number of dimensions to that problem which we're looking into how to address. The first is the issue of jurisdiction. As things stand at the moment, because the road accident fund head office is located in Tshwane, you've got litigants from all over the country coming to the High Court Gauteng with those matters. The question is, should we not do something about that? Yes, we could run the risk of exporting the problem to other courts, but it could also deal with a lot of the cost and the complications in relation to litigation. The second is the manner in which the RAF itself is managed and run, which comes with its own problems. In that regard, we undertook, and the minister has already reached out to the Minister of Transport. Upon further engagement, the Minister of Transport has indicated that she has delegated responsibility for the road accident fund to the Deputy Minister of Transport, the Honourable Hlengwa. I am in touch with him, and, well, jokingly, we've said we'll set up a deputy ministerial, inter-deputy ministerial working group to look at those areas. The third area is the conduct of the legal profession, which, I mean, quite frankly, and I don't want to be misunderstood to be implicating the profession as a whole, but I mean, there are legal practitioners who quite frankly are behaving like thugs in the manner that they deal with road accident fund matters. String matters along for as long as possible, notch up as much in fees as possible and then go and settle on the doorsteps of the court, which, I mean, makes court roll management very difficult, if not impossible. So I think we are in the process of setting up meetings with the profession to also deal with those matters. Insofar as the question of the involvement of the state attorney, I would there request the DG to perhaps deal with those matters, because as I indicated up front, I'm also still getting to grips with some of the nuts and bolts of those matters. On the issue that you raised with regard to consequence management for failure to implement AG recommendations, there I can only say that I agree with you. The Honourable Mutaung, you spoke about case backlogs, the Master's Office, and the question of the filling of funded and unfunded posts. I think the DG will be in a better position to speak to those matters. The Honourable Mkhwebane, the issue, you also raised the issue of backlogs and the rationalisation of the lower courts. We did touch upon that in our initial input. Those reports are being consulted and finalized. We certainly are committed to accelerating that process, and in our input we stressed the importance of that for the overall transformation of our justice system. You made very useful proposals regarding the diversion of less serious matters from the criminal rolls. You also touched upon the Master's Office and the delays in the issuing of both certificates and the liquidation and distribution accounts, and the issue of responsiveness to complaints. And I would ask the DG also to deal with some of those matters. On the issue of the NPA and state capture, I mean, I think certainly we're all entitled to our analyses and our views, but I do think that the phenomenon of state capture, whilst it does consist of crimes which have their own definitions, I would gladly engage you at a later stage in a discussion on dialectics and the relationship of parts and wholes, and how out of the interaction between parts there's the emergence of new phenomena that result in the whole being greater than the sum of the parts. And certainly I think that is the case when it comes to fraud, money laundering, what. Those things put together in a particular way have given rise to another phenomenon known as state capture. I think you do raise very relevant issues with regard to the respective mandates of the Special Investigating Unit and the Public Protector. And certainly there is a lot of common ground insofar as it relates to the investigation of maladministration. However, I do think that the one very distinguishing factor is the ability of the SIU to pursue through civil litigation the recovery of money that's been stolen from the people. And therefore, we would urge that there be closer cooperation, but I do think that the SIU has a particular and very important role to play. Your other question regarding the public protector audit outcomes, I think the Auditor-General's office would be in a better position to deal with that. Chairperson, lastly, yourself, you raised the issue of the Legal Sector Charter Council. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to give you a definite date, save to say that that has been signed very recently. We are working on the establishment of those structures. The issue of acting magistrates and those guidelines, we, as I indicated, will come back to the committee on, and the issues of court maintenance, backups, APP targets. I think the DGs would be in a bit, and the team would be in a better position to give you a more comprehensive reply on that. So, Chairperson, thank you very, very much again to everyone, and through you, if the DG could then deal with the issues that I've highlighted and any other matters. Thank you.
Thank you, TM. DG.
Thank you, Chair. Look, maybe with your indulgence, we will be here tomorrow to present the report. So I will suggest that some of the matters we could comprehensively cover them in our presentation. But there are just few that I can deal with them at a high level, starting with Honorable Nomvala. The road accident fund work is not being done by state attorney, but 180-something attorneys of the road accident fund are incubated within the state attorney. So that has not affected the workload of the state attorney's officials. We're going to have a relook at it and say 3 years down the line, was it the best decision or not? But it mustn't be linked to what the CEO and the Minister of Transport is doing around that. But for our part, I think it was meant to assist a state entity that was facing a challenge in relation to litigation. So that we must clarify. Then secondly, the issue of case backlog as a number of files that pay attorney. We have done, with the help of the audit committee, an investigation and discovered that those files that will say 1,000 files per attorney, 70% of them are SAPS related, unlawful arrest. 30% that remain is mainly health, your medical legal, home affairs, can't remember what's the third one. So the reason why I'm raising those figures and statistics, it gives you a sense of how we want to address it. We're going to engage the SAPS, seriously look at their legal divisions and what they can do, because a lot of that 70%, in fact, out of that 70%, 50% of it, you already have what courts have decided on how much you pay a quantum when you are sued for unlawful arrest. So you demolish that. You are left with maybe substantively there will be 20% that requires attention. And so that's why part of the turnaround that has to be done in the state attorney will look into those matters as a matter of trying to deal with culture. But with the resources we have asked from Treasury, we have managed to get some money that as well will be filling some posts in some key state attorneys' offices as well. So that's one point. And Honorable Mtaung, as we do that, the part I think Auditor-General was talking about, the over expenditure of 1%, which is 290,000, was mainly caused by the cost of living adjustment, the salary increases for. In the middle of a financial year, Treasury took 1 billion from the department, from the vote 25, and the implication and the ripple effect was that then we had to overspend by 1%, and that's the 290 we're talking about. Maybe the issue of the backlog, we have agreed with the adjustment that we have to do now in October. We'll find a way of including it, but if not included, most definitely for the next 5-year strat plan, the issue of backlog will be part of our plan. However, with this disclaimer, that we are just but one of the many players in the whole ecosystem around backlogs. So we have a breakdown here which the Office of the Chief Justice has compiled, which shows the contributing factors. When I looked at the contributing factors, the DOJ-CD contributes in terms of the backlog. Between last year, April and October, we contributed about 20%. And out of that 20%, 15% is infrastructural related. So the issue that I think was being raised, there's no water, systems are not working, and as a result, the courts cannot proceed. And then the key part as well, out of the numbers that we had here, is that in that infrastructure part, 50-something% of it is made up of electricity. So during that time, load shedding had played a critical role. Now, we started a project of purchasing generators, but the system as well of public works, the Giyama Act, which this parliament had passed, doesn't allow us to go and procure generators. Public works must come in. So even when we deal with that part, we do reflect that in the main as well, for our part, the challenge is the role of public works. Then you have some parts that then as well relates to CETA. So you have public works and CETA from the part that is called DOJ-CD, is where we have dependencies as well. But further, you then have the SAPS that are contributing to case backlogs, either not finishing the investigations, but also you have the prosecutors as well having their role and their contribution. Then you have private practitioners who will do everything to keep on delaying the cases as well. So they have a particular percentage. Then you also have witnesses contributing. So part of what we've agreed to do is to take it to the JCPS cluster, the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security cluster, and that's where also maybe the political leaders will need to assist so that the deputy ministers from the different parts, including public works, will need to look into this matter, because ultimately is not only the judiciary. The judiciary has its own contribution, and maybe for fairness part, and the legal aid as well, where either legal aid due to budget cuts doesn't have sufficient number of lawyers who will make sure that cases proceed. So the question of backlog is not as easy as just a mere administrative issue. The judiciary's contribution to the backlog is negligible at as low as about 3%. So, but it's the totality of different factors. Honorable Mkwebane, the issue of 150 in the magistrates' court, yes, clerks, when on deceased estates, they can sign letters of authority for up to 150,000. But we are trying to bring an amendment to the law through the Judicial Matters Amendment Act, and we'll appreciate your support that we make an adjustment to what maybe a senior official or court manager could, above that 150, authorize above that, like indeed you are saying. What people end up doing in rural
and the
areas,
150 threshold.
the currently is up to 150.
In that amendment, the 150 threshold must be reconsidered.
Yes, that's what we want to propose. Specifically, we want to bring it as a proposal to adjust the 150, that maybe a clerk can do the 150, but someone senior then can take it up to 350, taking into account inflation and, and all of that. Because the biggest challenge there is that what then poor people in rural areas will end up doing is to then sort of undervalue the estate in order to avoid going to the nearest town and so on and so forth. So that's one issue as well that we'll look into, but we will bring a lot of the details in relation to some of the matters that are being raised. And I think the DM has dealt with the number of the officials that we're dealing with, the quality of the officials that we employ. We do have, but in the main, I think we have a high number of committed public servants of integrity. In fact, on some years ago, 2 years ago, you will remember, Chair, in your previous role in the committee, the Auditor-General used to complain that we don't implement consequence management. I think in the entire portfolio, justice now is number one in implementing consequence management. You will have seen that in just that financial year, we have dismissed close to 100 officials, from senior management to the lowest level, for misconduct, including corruption, bribery, and other form of, lack of consequence management and the Auditor-General's reports, you can no longer find it on the same line with us. And we do it under very challenging and threatening conditions, but we have officials who are committed to making sure that we implement this. So I guess tomorrow, with some of those issues as well, when we do the report, we'll go to the details and provide an overview. I don't think, I see the Auditor General has presented that matter, that money is being spent on IJS, but we cannot necessarily show progress. It's not about trying to beat a dead horse and complain about CETA way through. But the number of issues that Auditor General is raising about even us collating things manually is because we don't have a case management system for the state attorney. We don't have a system that is working. We have an old system for the masters and the entire department. But we're in a battle now to try and modernize it. But we have to be subjected to the CETA processes and so on and so forth. So I think it's great that this matter has been raised sharply. So the same integrated justice system is heavily dependent on CETA. Our role is mainly to coordinate the other 7 departments. But those 7 departments are not even able to spend, and that's why over time Treasury has reduced the budget that goes into integrated justice system, because that dependency on CETA, and CETA will assist us a great deal. But what we'll try to do tomorrow as well is to just maybe take some slides, 3 slides, and show the work that has been done around the integrated justice system. Today, in terms of Home Affairs, we have a most advanced and modernized national population register due to the funding that is coordinated through the integrated justice system. We have what we call PIVA, which is with the police identification and verification of individuals. So there's still a lot of challenges around integration, and that's what we want to achieve, that from Home Affairs all the way through to correctional services. We want to have a single system so that every case in the criminal justice value chain that is registered is the same right through the end. We know who is in correctional facility, we know who is on parole, we know who is supposed to appear, and so on and so forth. But the rest of the other matters will bring those details.
You could just address the issue of the location of the NPA, and I'm sure the Auditor-General would also deal with that, but just to clarify.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the report, as you see, NPA is part of the Vote 25, and it's a program in the department as is known. So the reporting there, the unqualified audit and the management of the finances is the same, is covered there. The performance as well, that 81% is part of the NPA. So NPA will come here on Friday to provide just more details on the performance, but from the point of view of auditing and financial management and performance is in totality in that DOJ bracket. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG. Acting CFO, don't you want to use this short period of acting? You've been given a machine, so you must.
I'll use it tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine then. AG, can you take what has been directed to you?
Right. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. So let me just start by receiving all the compliments that we've received on the presentation from all the honorable members. We really appreciate. Just for completeness sake, I will just mention all the honorable, whether they did raise questions that were directed to us. So starting with Honorable Klopper, apart from the compliments, The remarks he had were directed to the department, and I believe that the DM and the DG have addressed the issues there. And then moving to Honorable Dena, also apart from the compliment, the issues of CETA, the effect of CETA on the department and public works on the department and the master's office, all of those were directed to the issues that the DM and the DG have dealt with. I'll then move to Honorable Nomvalo, where the first 3 comments were also directed to the department. However, the 4th one was directed to us, which is saying, what is our role around entities that fail to keep records, and has accountability been taking place? Are people being held accountable? So just to respond to that question, I wanna take us all back to the first slide on the accountability ecosystem, which has all the role players. So the role of the Auditor General is to identify these issues and have a deeper understanding of what could be the root cause, which we have clearly articulated to say it is an issue of record keeping, especially on the department when you look at their performance information. And the DG has also acknowledged that because of the lack of systems challenges that they sit with. But once the Auditor General has done that, it is not us who then hold, looking at how big this issue of system is, maybe CETA accountable. So the portfolio committee also have a role to see from the root cause that we are sharing, what are they going to play, maybe from a perspective of influencing CETA as well, that have ripple effect of the lack of systems and the huge volume of data that justice portfolio deal with. If all of that is done manually, you will sit with issues like this, where when we come to audit performance information, some of the records cannot be found, or they do not directly relate to what has been captured in the performance report. On the issue of backlog that the honorable member have also raised, I think we welcome that. He says we need to do more work on the backlogs, and we acknowledge that. We did indicate from the start that this is the first time where we took baby steps to say what insights is there in this portfolio. Let's use our tools as the Auditor General to unpack and see what this insights is telling us. And as a start, we're gonna take these insights and share with the different stakeholders. So we do acknowledge that recommendation to say we need to do a little bit of more work going forward. We will do a little bit of more work to build on the groundwork that we have started with currently. Then the other question was on failure to recommend or to implement our recommendation. The honorable member wanted to know which entity did not implement our recommendations. So that very first slide that we reflected on, those are the recommendations that we gave to the DG and the former minister. And also you would have seen with this current presentation that there's also recommendation to the accounting officer, there's also recommendation to the portfolio committee. But those were sitting directly in relation to the department itself. So the issues of backlogs, the issues of IJS, and us reflecting as a baseline to empower this portfolio committee on the status of some of the things that needed to be addressed, which have not yet been addressed. So just to clarify, it did not relate to the other entities, but it was specifically dealing with the department itself. And then Honorable Mutaung, I think all the questions, I think it is inspiring to see how she has used the insights to then ask the right questions to the department. So all of the questions and comments or expectation from what should come from the department was then directed to the department. So I will not comment on that, such as the turnaround strategy to address the backlog cases and stuff. So there were no specific questions to ask there. Honorable Mkwevani, I think the DG has already dealt with the issue of including an indicator on backlogs. But maybe one thing I can add with the experience we sit with where we audit some of the other portfolios that are quite big, that exist in a sector space. For example, your public works, you'll find that they have an issue, which is a country issue, which does not only assist if they themselves as a national department include the indicator, because they also need the other role players to contribute. So perhaps the format of having a sector related, a standardized indicator that all the role players in the accountability or in the ecosystem of IJS or in the ecosystem of the justice and criminal service is concerned, if there is a standardized indicator that is included, then not only do we deal with the 20% that the DG spoke about, but we are able to deal with 100% because everybody that contribute to that issue of backlog will be transparently reflecting on what they are doing in their own space with what is within their control to address the issue of backlog. And maybe at the end of the 7th administration, we can see some, shift in this area. So that's what I just wanted to add there. There was a question from Honorable Mkwevana to say, did we do some assessment on the postponed cases to determine how many of those are minor cases? No, we have not. As I have already indicated, all we did was data analysis for now, but we do take note of some of the suggestions, and going forward, we will do a deep dive to be able to unpack the information further, but of course acknowledging some of the limitations that we have shared. And then there was also a question from Honorable Mkwevana to say, did we also do an assessment of the turnaround time on the responses to the complainant or from the complainant in relation to the master's office? Even that we have not, but we will take this up as we plan for the next cycle. All we did around the master's office was the evaluation of the control environment to respond to the fraud indicators that we were seeing. So as a start, I'm covered by the DG on the NPA response. On the SIU futuristic mandate and the comparison of their mandate to that of the PPSA, I think the committee, together with the department as the policy makers, will be best placed to respond to this one, Honorable Chairperson, in terms of what do we see when we look at the future of the SIU. So I will please opt not to respond to that one. And then I think, Kasi, once I'm done, will come and respond to the specific questions that led to the regression of the PPSA, the specific sections that the honorable member has asked for. And then the last question from the honorable chairperson that was directed to us is with relation to the performance against the set targets. Whether from our side we do assess whether it is the right mix of determining where the target should sit. No, we do not in the current moment using our methodology look at the current mix, but we collaborate a lot with DPME, and in some of our recommendations where we see that there might be challenges in terms of meeting targets and what continue to be planned in the following year, we do recommend that close proximity to DPME when targets are being set and the past historic achievements are being considered, do assist the departments and the public entities, and maybe that will be the recommendation that in the future strategic sessions of the portfolio, they can, invite DPME to seek some wisdom around that. But what we usually emphasize is when targets are not being achieved, we should not, jump to conclude that maybe they were not realistic. We must look at the full picture. Sometimes what you will see is that the spending allocated to those programs, you find that 99% of the budget would have been spent, but the performance is the one that is not translating to the actual achievement of the full target. So we recommend that when this assessment is being done, it does not only look at the targets and maybe jump to say maybe they were too high or too low where they are being achieved, but we look at the whole performance from how the spending was done and whether that is reflecting the work that needed to be done in the whole year. So at this point, I'm going to hand over to Kasi to just respond to the one question on PPSA. And then after that, if there's anything we've missed, Apendule is welcome to also just close on anything that we might have missed before we hand over back to you, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, Dibu, and thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone and honourable members. Then, as the Dibu has indicated on the question by Honourable Member Mukabane, I maybe just also want to touch, before I touch on the PPSA issue, to talk to the comment that was raised on the SIU, on their legal panel, which is correct also. They had the same type of non-compliance raised in the prior year that also affected their current year non-compliance. The issue there is their legal panel was set up, but they already had a problem at the functionality criteria. And the reason why I'm just focusing on SIU's problem as well, this is also tightly knit with their problem that they have on revenue, which was the cut-off issue, the information that they received from the state attorney. So it does seem that the issues that's been raised perpetually relating to CETA and the state attorney is also having an effect on the client departments and the other departments that is responsible for the payments that they have to be recovered from them. So I just wanted to bring that in because they tried actually to set up a different panel to try and not utilize state attorney solely, but unfortunately that's where the non-compliance also was identified by us. Then that ties in, Honourable Member Nkubane, with the PPSA's issue. So in the prior period, we raised the issue of the non-compliance, which was specifically talking to the functionality criteria on the PPR 2017, as well as the PPFA Section 2A non-compliances that we raised there. So in layman's terms, the issue was it had passed functionality, but as the panel was set up, the list of legal representation that should have been utilized was overutilized on certain and others were not utilized at all. So say you had a long list of attorneys, but 2/3 and more was utilized by maybe 1 or 2 or 3 attorneys on that list. And that's where the issue of fairness and circulation came in from our side, and that was what the PPSA had taken in the prior year. So in the current year, when we came back, they agreed, they disclosed the irregular expenditure. Now they did not, they non-complied with a section of the PFMA 38(1)H3, which is consequence management, where we couldn't see that proper consequence management was taken against the individuals that perpetrated the irregular expenditure. So it was actually a process of complying with the National Treasury framework, which is clear to say do a determination, do a proper root cause analysis, look at the specific who non-complied, and then apply your consequence management. And that is what we couldn't see happening in the current year. Just to also say, they subsequently did do this process, but unfortunately during the financial year, that was what resulted in the non-compliance finding in the audit report. Thanks.
Thank you. Aphendula, there was a very important question that was asked by Honorable Nomvalo that speaks on the recourse available to AG in instances where there is complete ignorance and complete non-compliance with the findings and the recommendations. I'm sure it speaks about the amended mandate of the AG.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In instances, I think you've referred to it correctly, where there is a complete disregard of our recommendations. Yes, we are empowered by the additional powers to then apply that and see if there's any material irregularity that has occurred, which we identify during the audit. However, in the instance of the entities within the portfolio, there has not been an instance where we can directly say there was a complete disregard. Yes, there are elements and pockets and pieces. And Chair, I think it is worth noting that we have seen the audit committee members, we have seen the DG directly addressing officials and giving them strict instructions to take certain actions to ensure that the recommendations of the HSA are being implemented. Where the problem is at the grassroots. It's either sometimes these recommendations are not implemented consistently, which then results in them not being as effective as they should. So which is why we are saying, okay, we've noted that there is accountability, but it is not as effective as it should. Then this needs to be ramped up a bit. There needs to be serious consequences. It cannot be business as usual and people just keep on doing the same thing. However, the systems of accountability accepted that we would have given you a warning, and if you don't then implement those actions, there's no further steps that are being taken. I think one member did say there needs to be a serious example that is made of people or officials that disregard instructions from their superiors. That this is one instance that needs to be made as an example. However, as the AGSA, we will continue to monitor the outcomes of these of the implementation of these actions. Should we then find that this is actually not being addressed as it should, then we will take the opportunity to make use of the powers. And Chair, I think we are bringing it to this platform because to also give you an opportunity to say, to stand back and say, okay, this is something that has been happening throughout the 6th administration period, especially as it pertains to issues of non-compliance, issues of producing credible annual performance reports in the department as well as South African Human Rights Commission. What is it then that needs to be done differently in the 7th administration to make sure that there is a turnaround in terms of addressing these issues, such that, Chair, then the auditors cannot be concerned about credibility, but rather we all do collective work which is going to ensure that within the criminal justice system, the culture is shifting. The lived experiences of the citizens are actually directly impacted by the work that is done by all of us in the accountability ecosystem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Team AG, for that outstanding, I'll come to you, for that outstanding work. And there's no doubt that you have done an excellent job. You have unmasked part of the deep-seated problems that were seated with as it relates to the Department of Justice and its entities. And we have done this to help us do our work better. When I'm saying us, I'm saying even the committee has been helped throughout all this process as well to conduct its robust oversight to the department and its entities. You would have heard the Deputy Minister Nel committing and saying here that it actually helps them and as well as the department to perform better. Honorable Mkhwebane, we have a follow-up.
Yes, Chairperson. Just a follow-up, one or two. The issue of NPA, I'm not convinced. You went all the way to show us Public Protector, Human Rights Commission, SIU, Master's Office. No, so I'm not convinced there. So you must give another explanation. because at least we should have seen how they are also spending and on all the issues, because we are meeting them, and that was going to help us as well to deal with it. Then secondly, the issue of what DG is saying, because at the end of the day, we're asking him questions which we should be resolving as members of parliament. And I think what DM is also reminding us that as parliamentarians, the issue of failure by DPW, CETA, the issue of capacity constraints, and unfortunately, honorable member from the DA, when you say we are in war, but at the end of the day, we continue as parliament to approve budget cuts. Hence, some of us, we rejected that because that's a serious tool of government to reject passing the budget and to control the issue of budget, not National Treasury, which will continue willy-nilly and cut the budget. Because how do you deal with crime and those dilapidated courts and all the efficiency if people don't have the resources to do their work? So I think as the committee, we should also then change our focus and make sure to support the department and these institutions to implement. But Auditor-General, there was a stage where there was an instance where you were including the compliance by various departments to the recommendations or remedial actions of the public protector, human rights, or the ISDs. I don't know where that did disappear, because I think that also helps, because for you, when you assess justice, for instance, you should be checking as well their compliance to reports issued by the public protector, reports issued by the Human Rights Commission, whether they've complied, they've implemented, because that's part of oversight. So I think because those reports are well researched, well investigated, and they also help with them improving their services. There was a stage where people will be saying, can you please conclude this investigation because the AG will still have a finding. I don't know what happened to that, but maybe that's one thing we should also consider including. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any quick responses to that?
All right, so I get a sense that the honorable member maybe wanted us to also have a slide on NPA, just to shed some spotlight on them. Even though the audit insights does incorporate work that we have done on the NPA, we can do that. We can maybe package everything that we have identified on NPA in one slide and share that in writing so that the members can then be empowered before the session. And then I think I do take note of considering the non-compliances and other reports that come from other Chapter 9 institutions. Perhaps in the past we were doing that as part of the value add. We will consider that recommendation going forward and see how we incorporate it in our insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Please do with NPA. We are meeting with NPA on annual reporting on Friday. So it would help the committee a great deal for us to have an insight of that before we meet them. It will help us a lot. Honorable members, I think thank you very much for robustly attending to the matters raised by AG and the introductory remarks done by Deputy Minister Nell on behalf of the ministry. Of course, we have noted, DM, that we have members who are part of the JSC who as well are not here. So the apology by the minister is acceptable. We would have expected it, by the way. So we accept that apology. AG, I think it is important to note that we will be able to carry out our functions and as well if you work closer to us. I think by last week, AG would have requested a one-on-one meeting with me regarding these issues and its relative matters. So I think we appreciate the work you are doing. I'm sure now Honorable Mkwebana, we see that there is a need for us to amend our oversight program that we're conducting towards the end of the year. I think this is through your help that, okay, now these are hot spots. These are what we must focus on. DM, we've issued a statement, an official statement, welcoming the legal sector code. Because it is our belief that it's a very important instrument if we want to drive transformation of the legal fraternity. We have been lamenting about it for a very long time. DG knows. It is now time for us to move with speed so that we're able to recapture the system and direct it towards transformation. And I think we welcome the fact that we have, you are going to appoint a legal sector charter council, which we think is a very important instrument in ensuring the actual realization of the legal sector code. So we'll be inquiring about it from now and then. You can as well, even if it's through one letter, update the committee on the process, on what process are going to look, what are the basic requirements that we look for, and all those relative matters, so that we are kept abreast as it relates to the appointment of that council. Is very important. Honorable Mkwebana knows last year in the 6th administration, the entire 5 years ended us fighting for that thing to be approved. So we are quite delighted that finally it has been done. And as we have said, DM, we've seen the repatriations, very massive ones. that belonged to the deceased is now owned by the lawyer. So it's matters that we deal with on daily basis. So it's matter that we are referring to you, that you must attend, because it raises a lot of red flags. And the lawyer is adamant that, look, this is my property and I get out of here. Now, it's matters that some officials who perpetuate these things, when you exert consequence management, they run to the committee, as though that we are some troops from Israel of some kind. CETA and IJS. You'll remember, members, that we have reserved Fridays. Remember, in terms of the parliament slots, our committee is located 3 days, which is Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. So our program is solely focused on Tuesday and Wednesday. So that Fridays are the days that which we deal with emergency issues. And we're going to allocate a Friday DM where you are going to come to the committee and make a fully fledged detailed presentation on CETA and IJS. So that we've got a concrete plan of how we deal with it, and let us bring even the councillor to the leader of the government of government business to be here in that meeting, so that we deal with this matter once and for all. Set ourselves a target that by 2025 won't be complaining about the same thing over and over again, over and over again. Look, none of us here is in favor of any form of budget cuts, because we know the negative impact it causes service delivery. But a reality that we can't run away from is that we're living in an economically constrained environment, which actually contributes towards these budget cuts. But what we would say is that I think 3 entities already, including the SG of OCJ complaining about the negative impact on budget cuts and all that. We have said we're going to have an approach on budget cuts. We're going to the BRRR now. We're going to have an approach on budget cuts. It's not going to be free for all. For us to go and say we don't approve a budget that is budget cuts in this entity, you must have spent well as well. Your expenditure must be the one that mitigates your case. That because we have spent well, we're still within our therefore we can go and mitigate. If you are not spending and wants us to say no to budget cuts, it's busy, no to budget cuts, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to apply each and every case one by one in all our entities. Then it's where we're going to take it to, okay, no, this one is spending. This one is meeting the actual time frames that they set themselves. So we can be able to have a joint meetings with finance, with Minister of Finance, and be able to say we're not going to approve ABCD because of ABCD. If you don't give us reasons for us to mitigate your case, we won't do it. We won't do it. So that's the approach we're going to use in relation to this. I think, DM, as part of what you must prioritize in your office is this thing of the minor capital works and blah, blah, but the backups. The backups have proven to be a problem. Of course, now we no longer have load shedding. It was very bad at that time. It was extremely bad. But I think let's find a way of prioritizing which we're going to deal with first, which we're going to deal with second. There are courts that are unable to operate on the basis of water problems. It's not your problem. The problem of the district municipality, that is a water functional. But if the department is able to provide a temporary arrangement to have water in those courts, like tanks, the backup tanks and all that, Because, for example, in Makanda, you can't go as the Department of Justice and sort out water crisis of Makanda. You can't go as the department and sort out the water crisis of Butterworth. But at least provide for court functions, provide a way of ensuring that the court is not entirely affected by the local crisis. There's an issue that I think we must, DG, encourage you to be able to continuously do. We have noted that in the past 2 years, the audit performance of the department was very worse than this. It was extremely bad. It was terrible. But as year and year go, what the AG called the baby steps. As year and year go, we improve, get unqualified with the findings and all that thing. So we'll improve, we'll encourage you, DG, and your team to work on all the specific issues that which are raised by the AG for us to improve yearly. By doing that, and another thing that we need to attend, DM, this issue of the bank overdraft. It seems that if not managed now, it will spill over. I know there are many factors that contribute to it. It's not entirely your issue, but I think as a central command of that thing, you need to actually deal with it. We have noted the decrease on irregular expenditure. There's time when you had 3 billion rands. You have improved until 204 million. It means there's still a huge and important room for you to improve more than that. You are doing well in reducing. Of course, sometimes irregular expenditure does not necessarily mean that nothing was done. But there is no proper accountability of what was done. So if you just work on that issue, I think would be doing well. I think let's accept this thing of the RAF as you explained it, DM, as raised by Honorable Nomvalo. It is a problem. You know, we get calls from legal professionals every day that get frustrated by this and that and that and that. At least there will be a command now, a coordinated way of attending to this problem. Of course, not all of them are genuine. If all legal professionals were genuine, no one would be struck off roll today. So we are going to find some of the challenges as we move forward. It's natural. But it's how we quickly attend to those challenges that is very important. Otherwise, as things stand, we are not looking entirely bad. This has opened us to a room of improving entirely. So in those ways, members, the department and AG, I wish to thank you for having made this meeting this success that it has been. And it is my wish that we are going to ensure that everything, every detail, every sentence is followed up. I'm sure you have seen now that members of this committee go through reports before they come to the meeting. That's why they are able to grill you properly. Yeah? And I just keep quiet as though that I'm not around. So, members, thank you very much, AG and the department. For today, DG, we are releasing you. We have an appointment with you tomorrow again. That's an announcement. Members, thank you very much, colleagues. The meeting stands adjourned. There is lunch outside. Sorry, members. I forgot a very important announcement. Thursday, we have changed the the form of the meeting. We're now meeting virtually, no longer physical. Sharp.